Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Night settled softly over the Carpathian Mountains, draping the Romanian dragon sanctuary in silver-blue shadows. The great peaks, silent guardians of ancient secrets, stood watch as the handlers finished their evening rounds. Fires crackled in distant enclosures, where dragons curled like simmering embers beneath the stars. Charlie Weasley had always loved this hour. The dragons were calmer, the wind cooler, and the world quieter. He walked the ridge path alone, boots crunching over gravel, lantern swaying at his side. Every evening he made this final inspection, ensuring that gates were secure and wards were steady. A good night's rest always began with knowing the dragons were safe. Tonight, however, something felt different. A tremor pulsed faintly through the ground, so subtle that Charlie might have dismissed it as imagination. But dragons were creatures of instinct, and he trusted his senses more than most. He paused, lantern held higher, scanning the slopes below. Nothing moved. Nothing except the usual glow of dragon fire flickering across the sanctuary. Still, the unease lingered. Charlie took a breath, steadying himself. A new dragon had arrived earlier that day, a young Hungarian horntail, temperamental even by the standards of its fearsome breed. The creature had spent its first hours lashing its tail and snapping its jaws at anyone who dared come within 10 paces. The team had finally coaxed it into its reinforced enclosure, but it had taken all their skill and 3 near misses. Perhaps, Charlie thought, the tremor came from the horntail testing the walls again. He took a step forward, then stopped as a distant roar rolled across the mountains. Not the raw fury of a dragon asserting dominance, but a jagged, distressed sound that made the hair on his arms rise. "That's not good," he murmured. He broke into a run. Down the ridge he went, boots skidding over loose stones, lantern beam bouncing wildly. The roar sounded again, closer, sharper, and angrier. When Charlie rounded the final bend, he saw the horntail's enclosure lit with an orange blaze that pulsed like a giant heartbeat. 4 handlers were already there, wands drawn, keeping a safe distance from the thrashing creature. "What happened?" Charlie shouted as he approached. "It woke up raging," one handler called back. "No provocation. Nothing touched it. It just snapped." Charlie stepped up to the barrier, keeping his voice low, steady. "Easy, girl. No one's here to harm you." The horntail whipped its spiked tail at the stone, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Its wings beat furiously despite the limited space, claws scraping deep grooves into the ground. Fire leaked from its jaws in short, uncontrolled bursts. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. Dragons did not behave like this without reason, and Charlie had worked with enough of them to know when fear hid behind fury. He studied the horntail's eyes, searching for the tightness that came with injuries or the sheen of fever. But what he found instead made him inhale sharply. A streak of darkened scales ran along the dragon's left side, freshly bruised, though no one had touched it. "Did any of you see this earlier?" he asked. "No," another handler said. "It wasn't there when we settled her in." Charlie's concern deepened. Dragons did not bruise easily. For a mark like that to appear so suddenly, something unusual must have caused it. And the tremor he'd felt. Could the horntail have sensed something long before the handlers had noticed? Charlie stepped back, We'll calm her, reset the wards, and keep watch through the night. Something unsettled her, and until we know what, no one works alone. Understood?" The handlers nodded. They trusted Charlie completely. His instincts had saved more lives than anyone cared to count. Working together, they cast a sleep-inducing charm potent enough to settle a furious horntail. It took effect slowly, the dragon's roars dwindling to grumbles, then to weary huffs. Finally, its wings drooped, and it sank to the ground, still trembling faintly. Only when he was certain the creature slept did Charlie allow himself to exhale. But the question pressed upon him like the mountain's own weight. What had frightened the dragon so badly? The handlers dispersed, returning to their posts, but Charlie remained. He moved closer to the enclosure wall, knelt, and pressed his palm against the earth. There, faint but present, a second tremor, not caused by dragons, not caused by weather. Something else, something moving beneath the sanctuary. He rose slowly, lantern light flickering across his face. Tomorrow, he would have to investigate the mountainside trails. For now, all he could do was keep the dragon safe until sunrise. But as he walked back toward the handlers' cabins, he could not shake the feeling that the sanctuary, his sanctuary, was on the edge of something dangerous, something cunning, something unseen. And whatever it was, it had already reached the dragons. The night should have brought peace. Instead, it carried a warning. Dawn crept slowly across the sanctuary, brushing the mountains with pale gold. Mist clung to the ground, moving like breath from some sleeping giant. Charlie rose early, long before the handlers stirred, and crossed the quiet compound with purpose. Though the world seemed peaceful, he could still feel last night's tremors echoing in his bones. He met no one as he walked. Only the distant grumble of dragons breaking their slumber filled the morning air. Smoky trails curled lazily into the sky from their pens, harmless as the threads of a dream. Yet beneath this calm lay an unease Charlie could not dismiss. The young Hungarian horntail had not stirred since the sedative charm. Charlie checked on her first, looking for new bruises or signs of fever. She lay curled tightly against the rocks, wings tucked close, though a faint twitch betrayed her restlessness. The bruised streak along her side remained, but no new marks had appeared. "Whatever hurt you?" Charlie whispered. It wasn't another dragon. And that was troubling. Dragons rarely feared anything smaller than themselves. He marked the bruise with a quick healing charm, though it would take time for such thick scales to mend. Then he tightened the warding patterns around the enclosure, reinforcing them with spells older than the sanctuary itself, protections carved into tradition long before Charlie was born. When the handlers finally gathered for breakfast, murmurs rippled through them. News of the horntail's outburst had spread, and their faces carried the same concern Charlie felt. "Charlie," said Morella, the senior healer, "the tremors you mentioned last night, we felt 2 more early this morning." He looked up sharply. "Strong?" "Stronger than usual, but brief," she answered. "Not enough to unsettle the older dragons, but the younger ones grew restless." Young dragons seldom hid their fears. Their instincts were keen, sharper even than their scales. Charlie's jaw tightened. "After we eat, I want 2 of you to run checks on every enclosure. Look for bruising, agitation, any signs of charm disruption. Morella, stay with the horntail. I'll take the mountain trails myself." "You think something's out there?" she said softly. "I know something is." They exchanged a look of understanding. In Romania, The sanctuary lived in a fragile balance with the wild mountains around it. Strange things sometimes wandered the ridges, rare beasts, stray magical currents, but few dared approach the dragons. Breakfast ended quickly. The handlers dispersed like a well-trained flock, each knowing the seriousness without Charlie having to speak it. Only then did he strap his dragon leather gloves to his belt, slip on his heavy cloak, and take the narrow trail leading away from the sanctuary. The mountain path wound steeply upward. Once, it had been a trade route between wizarding villages, but now the sanctuary kept it under watch to prevent trespassers or curious muggles from wandering too close. Charlie followed it until the sanctuary lay far below, small as a cluster of tiny fire pits among the trees. He stopped often, crouching to examine the earth. The tremors had left little trace, but the ground felt disturbed. Loose pebbles had rolled in unnatural patterns, and an entire patch of moss had been scraped away, as if something had dragged across it. Closer still, he found claw marks. Not dragon, not bear, not wolf. Too narrow, too deliberate. What creature stalked the outer ridges without leaving a scent trail? Charlie pressed on, heart thudding as the wind swept across the cliffs. By midday, he reached a rocky archway overlooking a hidden ravine. The air here was colder, sharp as iron. Somewhere deep within the ravine, a distant echo pulsed again, the same faint tremor that had stirred the horntail. It came from beneath the mountain. Charlie leaned over the edge but saw only a shadowed drop and broken stone. Then something glinted. Half buried in the dirt beside the archway lay a curved metal shard, no larger than a sickle. Charlie knelt, brushing dirt from its surface. At once, his breath caught. It was a piece of reinforced chain, dragon-handling grade, but not from the sanctuary. Its metal bore an unfamiliar maker's crest. Someone from outside had been here. Footsteps crunched behind him, light, cautious. Charlie whirled, wand raised. "Easy, Charlie," called Iancu, one of the younger handlers, hands raised. "I followed you in case you needed help." Charlie lowered his wand, but not his guard. "You shouldn't be up here alone. Neither should you," Iancu replied. "Any sign of a creature?" "No, but someone's been tampering with this ridge." Charlie held up the metal shard. "This came from a trap or restraint spell. Someone is working near the sanctuary." Iancu's brow furrowed. "Poachers?" "Possibly, but poachers wouldn't provoke dragons, not unless they want chaos." A chill slid through both men as the meaning settled. If someone was trying to disrupt the sanctuary, it was more than simple theft. Charlie rose, pocketing the shard. "We return now." The horntail sensed this disturbance first. If she continues reacting like last night, our dragons will be in real danger. They started down the trail, but halfway to the sanctuary, a roar thundered across the valley, raw, furious, full of pain. Charlie stopped cold. "That's from the eastern pens," he whispered. "That's Firestorm." Firestorm, the oldest longhorn in their care, almost never roared in distress. The ground shook again, this time strong enough that loose shale tumbled across the path. Iancu swallowed. The tremors. They're happening again. Charlie broke into a run. The sanctuary had awakened, and whatever lurked beneath the mountain had made its next move. And this time, the dragons were answering. Charlie and Iancu raced down the twisting mountain path, the air burning in their lungs as Firestorm's roar echoed again, long, ragged, and filled with fury. The trembling earth made each step uncertain, sending stones skittering past their boots. Overhead, a flock of startled crows burst from the trees, their wings beating like frantic whispers across the morning sky. When the sanctuary came into view, Charlie felt his stomach tighten. Handlers were already running toward the eastern pens, their cloaks flaring behind them. Smoke rose in dark plumes from Firestorm's enclosure, far more than his usual morning flame. Something had roused the old longhorn to wrath. "Go to the Horntail," Charlie called to Iancu as they reached the inner grounds. "If she wakes in fear, we'll have 2 infernos on our hands." Iancu nodded and sprinted away. Charlie pushed through the crowd of handlers gathering around Firestorm's pen. The air shimmered with heat. Ash drifted like falling snow. A deep gouge had been torn into the stone wall of the enclosure, and Firestorm himself stood in its center, tail lashing violently, horns lowered in threat. "Hold!" Charlie shouted. "Keep back unless I give the order." Morella hurried to him, her face pale beneath soot. He began roaring without warning. Flames blasted the wards. When we approached, he struck at the wall, as if something inside the ground disturbed him. Charlie studied the dragon with a practiced eye. Firestorm was ancient, his dark scales worn smooth, his wings broad as ship sails. He did not waste energy on displays. His rage now meant real distress. "Any signs of injury?" Charlie asked. "Not until the roar," Morella replied. "But look, his right flank." Charlie moved closer, shielding his face from the waves of heat. There, beneath the shimmering light, he saw it. A bruise, faint but unmistakable. Not as dark as the Horntail's, but nearly identical in shape. A cold dread touched him. 2 dragons, same unexplained injury, he murmured. Something is striking them where we cannot see. As he stepped along the enclosure's boundary, tracing the cracks that had spread across the stone, the ground shuddered again, sudden, sharp. Firestorm bellowed and reared, sending a shock of flame into the sky. The blast forced handlers to stumble back, shielding their heads. Then, beneath the roar, another sound rose, soft at first, like gravel shifting. Charlie froze. The sound grew louder. Stones between the pens rattled. Dust trickled from the rocks. The earth itself seemed to tense. "Everyone back," Charlie ordered. "Back now!" Handlers scrambled away, just as the soil at the pen's base erupted. A column of dirt and broken rock shot upward, spraying the enclosure. Firestorm leapt aside with a deep, wounded growl. Charlie's wand was already raised, but nothing emerged. Only a hollow cavity remained, as though something had tunneled swiftly beneath the sanctuary. Something strong enough to crack stone, yet silent enough to move unseen. The tremor faded, the earth settled, but Firestorm remained trembling, wings half open, refusing to lower his guard. Morella approached Charlie, her voice edged with fear. "Something is beneath us." "Yes," Charlie said, "and it's far more deliberate than a natural quake." He stepped toward the cavity, crouching to inspect it. The hole was deep, far deeper than a beast of the mountain would burrow. Its edges were smooth, almost carved, and faint traces of dark magic lingered in the air like cold smoke. Morella knelt beside him. "Charlie, someone is doing this on purpose." "I feared as much," he replied. "The Horntail sensed it first. Firestorm sensed it next. Whatever is beneath us, it's testing the dragons, provoking them." "But why?" she whispered. "That," Charlie said, rising to his feet, "is the question we must answer before another dragon is harmed." He signaled to the handlers. "Reinforce the wards. Double them. No one enters Firestorm's enclosure without my command. I'll examine the other pens." He did not make it far before Iancu came running back across the grounds. "Charlie!" he gasped. "The Horntail! She's awake!" Charlie felt the dread settle deeper. "Is she panicking again?" "No, she's not attacking. but she's moved to the back of her enclosure and refuses to come forward. She's staring at the ground as though something's crawling beneath the stone. Charlie quickened his pace. Any new injuries? Yes, Iancu said. Another bruise, smaller than before. The implication struck Charlie like a blow. If the unseen force had struck again, it was becoming bolder. As they approached the Horntail's pen, Charlie raised a calming hand. The young dragon crouched low, muscles tensed, golden eyes locked upon a single point at the floor of her enclosure. Her wings fluttered anxiously, each movement sharp and twitching. It is not the dragons, Charlie murmured. It is whatever hunts them. He knelt by the outside wall, pressing his palm to the ground. This time, the tremor came at once, brief, precise, almost a pulse. Magic tingled beneath his skin, cold and unnatural. It was no wild enchantment. It was controlled. Someone was channeling it. Charlie stood slowly. His voice was firm, commanding. We can no longer assume this is a creature. This is enchantment, magic designed to unsettle dragons, perhaps even herd them. Morella's face went pale. Herd them where? Toward panic, Charlie answered. Toward weakness, toward opportunity. A long silence followed. The smell of smoke drifted on the air. Even the dragons nearby seemed to sense the weight of the moment. Iancu swallowed. You think poachers are behind this? Poachers do not wield magic like this, Charlie replied. Not subtle, not patient. This is someone who understands dragons, someone who knows how to strike fear without leaving a trace. His mind turned to the shard he had found on the ridge, to the claw marks that matched no beast, to the unexplained bruises. This was sabotage, planned and carefully executed. Gather everyone, Charlie said. Tonight we begin night watches. No handlers alone, no dragons unwatched. Whoever works in these mountains has already crossed our borders. He looked once more at the mountains rising beyond the sanctuary, silent, ancient, and now hiding a threat. And before long, he whispered, they will cross them again. The wind swept through the pens, carrying the uneasy rustle of dragons shifting in their dens. The sanctuary, once a refuge of wonder and wild majesty, had turned into a place waiting for an unseen strike. And Charlie Weasley, who had spent his life safeguarding dragons, knew the conflict had only just begun. Night drew over the sanctuary like a heavy cloak, thick with tension. Torches burned along the outer paths, their flames wavering in the restless wind. Dragons that would normally settle into their dens at night remained awake, shifting and rumbling uneasily. Even the stars seemed wary, flickering behind drifting clouds as though reluctant to shine upon the troubled grounds. Charlie stood at the center of the compound, fastening the last buckle of his dragon hide vest. Around him, handlers gathered in pairs, wand belts secured, lanterns lit, expressions firm despite the unease clinging to the air. Remember, Charlie told them, voice low but steady, we watch in pairs at all times. No one steps beyond the wards without sending word, and if the ground stirs, do not seek its source alone. The enemy beneath us is not a beast we can corner. The handlers nodded, scattering to their posts. Some took positions on the high watchtowers, while others patrolled the shadows between dragon pens. The sanctuary, usually peaceful under the moon, had transformed into a fortress awaiting siege. Charlie took his place along the western ridge, where the ground had trembled most earlier that day. His lantern cast long, rippling shadows over the earth, stretching across the uneven stones like thin, dark fingers. Every few minutes he paused, crouched, and pressed his palm to the ground. But the tremors did not return. Not yet. His watch partner, a seasoned handler named Rodica, scanned the mountain slopes with narrowed eyes. Strange, isn't it? Whatever haunts us tonight chooses silence. Silence can be more dangerous than noise, Charlie said. It means the enemy is choosing its moment. Rodica shivered despite her thick cloak. I have heard stories of old magic that dwells under mountains. Curses left behind by ancient clans. Spells meant to drive dragons from their lairs. Charlie shook his head. This is not ancient. It's designed with purpose. Someone is guiding it. They continued along the ridge, the cold wind carrying the faint scent of sulfur and pine. For a while, the sanctuary lay quiet. Even the dragons seemed to rest, though their sleep was shallow, troubled by instincts they could not name. Just when Charlie began to believe the night might pass without incident, a sudden flare lit the sky behind them. Orange, bright as dawn. Dragonfire. Charlie spun around. That's from the southern pens. Rodica was already running. Charlie followed, boots pounding over the path. The roar that followed shook the air, deep and furious, like thunder given voice. As they neared the pens, handlers converged from all directions. A younger Welsh green, Embercrest, was thrashing wildly in his enclosure. His wings struck the walls with booming force, and fire streamed from his jaws in short, violent bursts. Handlers struggled to reinforce the wards, sparks flying as their spells met the dragon's rage. Charlie pushed his way to the front. What triggered him? No one knows, a handler cried. He was asleep, and then he leapt up roaring as though struck. Charlie's eyes narrowed. Check for bruising. 2 handlers cast illumination charms. Light glimmered across the dragon's scales, revealing there, just behind the foreleg, a darkened bruise, pulsing faintly with an unnatural hue. Charlie's heart sank. It's the same mark, the same strike. Before anyone could answer, the ground beneath the enclosure trembled violently. Not a single tremor, but a series of sharp, rhythmic pulses, hammering like a drumbeat. Embercrest roared and slammed his claws into the earth, reacting to the unseen assault. "Strengthen the wards!" Charlie bellowed. "Everyone now!" Rodica and 3 others raised their wands, weaving a thick lattice of shimmering magic around the pen. Sparks crackled as dragonfire struck the barrier. The pulses continued, shaking dust from the nearby cliffs. And then, just as suddenly, they stopped. Silence fell. Embercrest collapsed, panting heavily, his tail twitching with leftover fury. Smoke curled from his nostrils, but the violence had passed. Charlie lowered his wand slowly. This was a test. Someone is measuring the dragon's reactions. Rodica nodded grimly. Testing their limits, testing ours. Charlie turned to the handlers. No one breaks formation. We resume positions, but keep alert. That attack came from the earth itself, and it will not be the last. The handlers dispersed reluctantly, the night swallowing them once more. Charlie remained behind for a moment, staring at the ground within the dragon's pen. The soil was disturbed, showing small cracks radiating outward like veins of black glass. Whatever moved beneath the sanctuary had burrowed deeper after the assault, slipping away before Charlie could mark its direction. He clenched his fist. Dragons were powerful, ancient beings. To provoke them was to challenge forces few understood. Whoever had orchestrated this attack possessed knowledge and audacity that troubled Charlie more with each passing hour. Rodica placed a hand on his shoulder. We will catch whoever is doing this. They cannot hide forever. I know, Charlie said, but his gaze remained fixed on the cracked earth. Yet tonight, they remain hidden, and dragons have been harmed again. The wind shifted, carrying a distant howl through the valley. Not the cry of a wolf, Not the voice of any natural creature Charlie knew. Something else had awakened in the mountains, and the dragons, restless in their dens, seemed to sense it too. Charlie took one final look at the sky, where the moon drifted behind a veil of clouds, pale and watchful. Then he turned back toward the ridge. The sanctuary was no longer simply a place of study and care. It had become a battleground, and the conflict growing beneath the earth was only gathering strength. The following morning brought no comfort, only a pale, wintry light that crept reluctantly across the sanctuary, as though wary of what it might reveal. The handlers gathered outside the main lodge, weary-eyed and silent. No dragon had rested well. Their restless shifting had echoed through the night like distant thunder. Even the oldest among them had refused sleep. Charlie stood before his team, cloak pulled tight against the bitter dawn wind. His face carried the fatigue of a sleepless night, yet his eyes remained keen and resolute. "We can no longer pretend these tremors are accidents," he began. 3 dragons struck, marks appearing with no visible cause. Magic from below. We face a threat that knows our sanctuary, one that aims to break our defenses before revealing itself. A murmur rippled through the handlers, low and anxious. Radhika spoke first. "What of the tunnels? Have you uncovered any sign of where the disturbance came from?" Charlie shook his head. "The moment we approach, the tremors cease. The enemy beneath us is watching, waiting. It retreats whenever we draw close." Another handler, Soren, crossed his arms tightly. "We have dealt with poachers before, but never magic like this. Who could command enchantments that travel beneath the mountain?" Charlie hesitated only a breath before he answered. "Someone familiar with our work. Someone who understands dragons." This possibility had kept him from sleep more than the dragon's unrest. Knowledge of dragon behavior, of sanctuary wards, of underground faults. Few possessed such expertise, and fewer still harbored motives dark enough to wield that knowledge against the sanctuary. Before he could speak further, a shrill alarm spell rang through the grounds, rising from the watchtower nearest the northern ridge. The sound was sharp, piercing, urgent. Charlie's expression hardened. "To the ridge!" Handlers scattered instantly, sprinting across the compound. Charlie led them up the narrow trail that wound toward the northern lookout. Snow dusted the higher stones, glittering like shards of glass beneath the morning sun. When they reached the watchtower, the lookout witch pointed shakily toward a distant copse of trees. There, just beyond the boundary wards, movement in the forest. Something large. Charlie narrowed his gaze. At first, he saw nothing but the shadows of the trees. Then, a figure crossed between 2 trunks, a swift shape, cloaked head to toe, gliding with unnatural precision. Not a beast, a person, and close enough to the sanctuary to be considered a threat. Charlie's voice steadied. "Maintain your aim. They are testing our borders." Soren stepped forward. "Shall we confront them?" "No," Charlie answered. "If they wished to reveal themselves, they would have done so already. They want us unsettled. They want us stretched thin." He watched as the cloaked figure paused at the very edge of the wards. No more than a flicker of black against white snow. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, the figure touched the invisible barrier, sending a ripple of distorted magic across the air. Every handler tensed, but the barrier held firm. The figure withdrew, turning silently into the forest. Within moments, it vanished among the trees as though swallowed whole. Radhika exhaled shakily. "They're scouting us." "Yes," Charlie murmured. "And I suspect the tremors last night were their true strike. This was merely a reminder that they remain near. The handlers exchanged troubled glances. Charlie continued. Double the ward strength on all outer borders. Shift patrols to cover blind angles. And send a message to the Romanian ministry. They must know poachers or saboteurs are operating this close to sanctuary land. The handlers nodded and descended the ridge with haste. Charlie remained behind, standing alone upon the snowy path. The mountain air stung his cheeks, but his thoughts cut deeper still. The figure had moved with certainty, as if mapping out every weakness in their defenses. Whoever they were, they knew the boundaries well. Far too well. He returned to the sanctuary as the sun finally crested the mountains, painting the sky in soft rose hues. Yet even this gentle light could not soothe the dragons. Firestorm prowled his enclosure, tail dragging through the ash. The horntail hissed low and deep, wings trembling. Embercrest stared fixedly at the ground, pupils narrow with fear. Charlie approached Morella in the healing hut. She knelt beside a table covered in magical diagnostic tools, each glowing softly as they scanned the injured scales she had collected last night. Morella, Charlie said quietly, have you learned anything new? She looked up, her expression grave. Yes. The bruises are not caused by physical impact. They were made by a magical strike, one designed to penetrate scale without leaving external wounds. Charlie stiffened. A spell crafted for dragons? Yes, she replied, and one that requires knowledge of their anatomy. Whoever cast this did so with precision. Charlie sank onto the bench beside her. That confirms it then. Our enemy is no ordinary thief. Morella hesitated before adding, there is more. The spell carried trace residue, from a wand I have seen only once before. Charlie lifted his head sharply. Whose? Her answer chilled the air between them. A former handler, one expelled years ago for using forbidden restraints. He vowed revenge when removed from the program. Charlie's blood ran cold. The name burned in his memory, though he had hoped never to hear it again. A man who had once walked these grounds. A man who knew dragon wards and weaknesses as well as Charlie himself. And a man who would stop at nothing to reclaim power he believed was stolen from him. Morella whispered, He has returned, Charlie. Charlie rose to his feet, the weight of the revelation settling like stone upon his shoulders. Then the danger is far greater than we feared, he said, for he knows every secret this sanctuary holds. Outside, a dragon roared, long and desperate, as though calling for protection. And Charlie knew then that the conflict beneath the mountains had taken a darker turn. The enemy was not merely near. He was someone they once trusted. The revelation struck the sanctuary like an unseen storm. Whispers spread among the handlers as Charlie gathered them in the main hall, its wooden beams creaking softly above their heads. A fire blazed in the hearth, yet the warmth did little to dispel the chill that had settled upon the room. Every face turned toward Charlie, waiting, uncertain, braced for truths they did not wish to hear. He has returned, Charlie said at last, his voice steady though the words felt heavy. You all remember the man Morella speaks of, once a promising dragon handler, skilled in his craft, but driven by ambition into folly. He believed dragons should be controlled, not understood, harnessed, not honored. A murmur rippled through the group. The memory of that handler's expulsion had long since cooled into a cautionary tale. None had expected the tale to return now with claws of its own. Charlie continued. He used forbidden enchantments, restraints that attack a dragon's instincts, frighten them into submission. When he was removed from the sanctuary, he swore he would reclaim what he lost. It seems he meant every word. Radhika folded her arms tightly. If he is behind these tremors and bruises, he must be hiding beneath the mountain. Not hiding, Charlie said grimly. Working, preparing, and he knows our routines. He knows when our guards are weakest, which dragons are most vulnerable, how our wards interlock. He may even have allies. Fear flickered in several faces, but it did not take root. Charlie had trained these handlers well, and none would abandon their post while dragons remained endangered. Soren stepped forward. We must track him down. Force him from the tunnels. Charlie shook his head. If we enter blindly, we walk into his trap. He has chosen the ground, and beneath the mountain, his magic is strongest. Then what do we do? Radhika asked. We force him above ground, Charlie answered. Drag him into the open. If he wishes to provoke the dragons, let him believe he is succeeding. But we control when and how he strikes. The handlers nodded, though unease still clouded the air. Morning stretched into midday. Dragons paced restlessly, their anxiety rising as clouds gathered over the peaks. Showers of fine sleet drifted down, pattering softly against the stone pens. Charlie and Morella examined the grounds again, searching for new disturbances. The earth held its silence, but Charlie sensed the tension deep within the mountain, as if it too waited for the next move. When afternoon waned toward dusk, the sanctuary fell into a hush. Not a peaceful one, but taut, expectant. Charlie was nearing the Horntail's pen when the dragon suddenly lifted her head, nostrils flaring. Her golden eyes sharpened, fixed upon a distant ridge. Before Charlie could ask what she sensed, a tremor rolled through the earth. Then another, a third, stronger than the others. Handlers rushed into the open, wands drawn, eyes wide. The ground between the central enclosures cracked open with a deafening groan. Stones split apart. Dust exploded into the air. Charlie shielded his face as a fissure tore through the earth like a lightning strike. From the depths rose a blast of cold, unnatural magic, dark as shadow, sharp as a blade. The dragons roared in unison, their cries shaking the very air. "Positions!" Charlie shouted. "Hold the wards!" But he was not prepared for what emerged next. A shape climbed from the fissure, hooded, cloaked in black, face hidden behind a gleaming mask of tarnished silver. The intruder moved with slow, deliberate steps, as though savoring the moment of unveiling. The dragons fell silent, trembling. The figure raised a wand. "Step away from the pens," the masked intruder commanded, voice distorted by enchantment. "Your sanctuary has grown weak in my absence, Charlie Weasley." Charlie's breath caught. It was the voice he had hoped never to hear again. Older now, sharpened by bitterness, but unmistakable. "You will not harm these dragons," Charlie said, stepping forward. "Leave now while you still have the chance." Laughter echoed behind the mask, a hollow, distorted sound. "You know nothing of what I seek. These creatures are power incarnate, and power abandoned me when you and your council cast me out. But now," he gestured toward the trembling pens, "now they answer to me." In a single fluid motion, he drove his wand into the ground. A surge of magic erupted. Tremors shot through the sanctuary, more violent than any before. Dragons reared, wings unfurling in terror. Fire burst into the evening sky, chaotic and uncontrolled. The wards flickered under strain. Charlie felt the ground tremble beneath his boots, but he remained firm. "Handlers, steady the wards! Shield the dragons!" Morella and Radhika hurled enchantments toward the pens, weaving protective barriers of shimmering gold. Sparks burst as their magic clashed with the intruder's dark tremors. the masked figure lifted his wand again. "You cannot stop what lies beneath this mountain, Charlie. I have awakened something old, something dragons fear, and soon their fear will grant me what I was denied." With a swirl of his cloak, he vanished into the fissure, descending into darkness just as the earth sealed itself behind him. Silence fell. Not peaceful silence, but a heavy, suffocating stillness broken only by the dragon's ragged breaths. Charlie stood frozen for a moment, heart pounding. Then he turned to his handlers. "This changes everything. He is not working alone. He commands forces he should never have touched. And if he awakens whatever lies beneath these mountains..." He glanced at the dragons, who trembled as though listening to something none could hear. "Then all of us are in grave danger." A storm broke across the sky, thunder rumbling over the peaks. The sanctuary had faced its enemy at last, but the true conflict, the one that would decide the fate of dragons and handlers alike, had only just begun. The storm raged long into the night, battering the sanctuary with wind that howled like a wounded beast. Rain lashed the stone paths, turning the ground to slick rivulets that glistened in the torchlight. Dragons huddled beneath their shelters, disturbed by the lingering tremors that occasionally rippled through the earth, aftershocks of the intruder's terrible spell work. Charlie stood beneath the overhanging roof of the central lodge, cloak dripping, eyes fixed on the fissure that had sealed shut only hours before. Though the earth now lay still, he could not shake the feeling that the darkness beneath it had merely retreated, waiting for another moment to surge forth. Radhika approached, her boots splashing lightly in the puddles. "We've strengthened every ward," she said quietly. "The handlers are taking shifts. No one is alone. But the dragons, they remain unsettled. Embercrest refuses to sleep. Firestorm hasn't stopped pacing since nightfall." Charlie nodded grimly. "They can still feel his magic. Dragons sense what lies beneath the surface more keenly than we do. They know the danger is not gone." Radhika hesitated. "What do you think he meant when he said he had awakened something old?" Charlie exhaled slowly. The memory of the masked figure's words echoed through his thoughts like distant thunder. He was experimenting with enchantments even before the council expelled him. Charlie murmured. He believed dragons hold a deeper magic, an ancient power bound to the land itself. He sought ways to manipulate that power. He spoke of the sleeping roots of dragonkind, though no one took his theories seriously. "And now you think he has found proof?" "I fear he has forced proof into being," Charlie said. "If he has disturbed an ancient force beneath these mountains, its awakening may already be affecting the dragons." Radhika looked toward the pens, where a low rumble rose from Firestorm's enclosure. "If that is true, then this sanctuary stands on the brink of a storm far greater than tonight's." Charlie placed a hand on her shoulder. "Tonight we stand watch. Tomorrow we descend into the mountains. We must learn what he has awakened." Radhika's eyes widened. "Into the tunnels? Charlie, the moment we step below ground, we walk into his realm." "Yes," Charlie said. "But we can no longer afford to wait. He knows our strengths. He knows our habits. And he will not stop until he has full command over whatever magic he stirs." Before Radhika could reply, a deafening roar split the night. Not a roar of fear, not a roar of fury, a roar of warning. It came from Firestorm, the ancient longhorn whose voice had guided younger dragons for decades. The sound shook the rafters of the lodge. Charlie rushed outside, rain pelting his face. Firestorm stood tall in his enclosure, wings spread wide, eyes blazing with wild golden fire. He hurled a jet of flame skyward, lighting the storm clouds in brilliant orange. Something's happening, Charlie shouted. Handlers sprinted to him, soaked and breathless. Morella collided with his side. Charlie, the ground beneath Firestorm's pen, it's moving. Charlie felt it then, a deep thrumming beneath his feet, slow and immense. Not the sharp pulses of the saboteur's spellwork. This was different, older, as though the mountain itself had begun to stir from slumber. Another roar joined Firestorm's, a call from Embercrest, then the Horntail, then every dragon across the sanctuary. Their voices rose into a single thunderous cry, shaking the storm-torn sky. Dragons did not behave this way unless united by instinct older than memory. Something was rising. A crack split the mud at Charlie's feet before he could react. Steam hissed from the ground, curling around his boots. The air grew thick with magic, raw, ancient, electric. "Back!" he ordered, pulling Morella behind him. The crack widened, snaking toward the center of the sanctuary. Lanterns toppled, the earth buckled, handlers scrambled away. Lightning split the sky. With a violent jolt, the ground lifted, not enough to break, but enough to reveal the faint outline of something beneath the earth. A glow, soft and pulsing, moved deep inside the mountain's roots. Charlie stared in awe and dread. A shape, massive, coiled and luminous, seemed etched beneath the soil, as though slumbering beneath layers of rock. Its form was indistinct, blurred by time and magic, but unmistakably serpentine. Rodica whispered, "A dragon spirit?" Charlie shook his head, breath catching. No spirit, something older, a primordial presence bound to these mountains. He must have disturbed it with his spells. As if in answer, the glow faded, drawing back into the depths. The tremors eased. Firestorm lowered his wings, though his gaze remained fixed on the earth. The other dragons quieted, their roars settling into uneasy murmurs. But the silence that followed was heavier than thunder. Morella clutched Charlie's arm. "If he awakens that creature fully..." "Yes," Charlie murmured. "He will unleash power beyond any dragon we have ever known." He turned to his handlers, each staring at him with faces pale in the stormlight. "We descend at first light," Charlie declared, "into the tunnels, into the heart of the mountain. If we do not stop him now, he will break the sanctuary and the dragons with forces they were never meant to endure." The rain softened, falling more gently now, as though even the storm listened. The handlers stood in grim silence. Charlie looked back at the pens, where Firestorm and the younger dragons watched him intently, waiting, trusting, and he vowed silently to them all, "I will not let your world fall to darkness." Lightning flickered once more across the sky, illuminating the sanctuary in stark white. The night held its breath, and the path beneath the mountain waited for dawn. Dawn crept over the mountains like a weary traveler, its pale light filtering through thinning clouds. By the time the first beams touched the sanctuary, Charlie and his chosen team stood ready at the mouth of the Old Watcher's Trail, a narrow, winding path that led toward the deeper caverns beneath the range. Their cloaks were drawn tight against the lingering chill, their wands strapped securely across their chests. No one spoke. The gravity of their task weighed heavier than their gear. Charlie surveyed the group: Rodica, Morella, Soren, and two of the younger handlers, Dacian and Elinka. All strong, all steady, all willing to walk into the dark with him, though none knew what waited below. Behind them, the dragons watched from their pens. Firestorm stood at the forefront, wings partially spread, eyes glowing like living embers. Though no dragon could speak the language of men, Charlie felt their urging, "Go, find the danger, end it." He turned to his team. We move swiftly and silently. The tunnels wind deep and may shift with the tremors. Keep to the marked path wherever possible, and above all, stay together." They nodded. With a final glance toward the sanctuary, Charlie led them forward. The Watcher's trail descended sharply, cutting between jagged rocks and stunted pines. The deeper they traveled, the heavier the air grew, as though they stepped closer to the pulse of some ancient heartbeat. The ground, still damp from last night's storm, glistened in the gloom. At the trail's end, they reached a cavern mouth, wide, dark, and ringed with iron veins that glinted like buried stars. Soren lifted his lantern. "This cave, it wasn't always here." Charlie knelt, touching the stone. "No, the mountain shifted. The tremors must have torn this opening wider." Radhika peered into the darkness. "Do you think he came this way?" "He did," Charlie answered. "The trace of his magic lingers." They entered the cavern. The walls glowed faintly with mineral luster, throwing soft reflections that danced along the floor. The path wound downward in a gentle spiral, the air growing colder with each step. Their lanterns flickered, shadows stretching long and thin. The group walked in tense silence until Ilinka suddenly halted. "Listen," she whispered. They did. A low hum thrummed through the stone, not loud but steady, rhythmic, like the slow beat of a colossal heart. Morella frowned. "That same pulse we felt last night." "Yes," Charlie said quietly. "The ancient presence beneath the mountain. We must tread carefully." The hum grew louder as they descended. The cavern opened into a broad chamber supported by natural pillars, each carved by centuries of water and earth. And there, at the center, lay evidence unmistakable and chilling: broken chains, arcane symbols etched into the stone, fragments of metal like the shard Charlie had found on the ridge. Dacian knelt beside the broken chains. "These are no ordinary restraints. He reforged them for tunneling enchantments, designed to pierce bedrock." Radhika studied the symbols. "These runes bind, but they also awaken. What was he summoning?" Charlie's answer came slowly, reluctantly. "Not summoning, rousing, disturbing something that should never be moved." A sudden flare of magic crackled across the chamber, scattering dust. The group spun around, wands raised, but no foe appeared. Instead, a faint glow shimmered on the far wall. Morella stepped forward. "It's a memory trace, a magical echo." Charlie nodded. "Triggered when we entered." The glow intensified, forming the outline of a figure, tall, cloaked, masked in silver. Their foe. His voice echoed through the chamber, distorted yet unmistakably triumphant. "You, who cast me out, will now witness the truth your council feared." The illusion spoke. "Beneath these mountains lies the oldest bloodline of dragonkind, a root of power bound and forgotten. I alone have awakened it, and with it I shall command the dragons of this world." The illusion raised its wand toward an unseen depth. The stone floor trembled. A faint roar, distant yet immense, rumbled through the earth like the groan of some ancient beast. Soon, the illusion continued. "The sanctuary will break under the weight of its own guardians, and I shall rise from below with power unmatched." The glow faded. Silence closed around them. Dacian swallowed hard. "He means to control it. Whatever lies beneath these mountains, he means to bend it to his will. And in doing so," Morella whispered, "he may destroy every dragon who feels its call." Charlie clenched his jaw. "We cannot allow him to reach the heart of these tunnels. If he awakens that ancient force fully, not even the strongest wards will protect the sanctuary." Radhika pointed toward a narrow passage branching from the chamber. Look, tracks in the dust. Fresh. Indeed, footprints, deep, hurried, led into the darkness of the passageway, and beside them, drag marks where something heavy had been pulled. Chains. Charlie straightened, resolve sharpening within him. He is close. They pressed on. The passage twisted sharply, narrowing until only one person could pass at a time. The dripping of distant water echoed faintly, mingling with the persistent hum that grew stronger with each step. At last, the corridor opened into another vast cavern, this one lit by an eerie blue glow emitted by veins of crystal embedded in the stone. The air was warmer here, charged with a strange, vital magic that prickled their skin. And there, in the center of the cavern, stood their enemy, cloaked, masked, chanting over a vast fissure in the stone floor. Chains hammered into the rock formed a crude, slanted circle. Magic surged from his wand, weaving tendrils of dark energy that spiraled into the depths. Below, something moved, not fully seen, but sensed. A vast shadow, a coiling form, breathing. Radhika gasped quietly. He has reached the heart. Charlie stepped forward, fury and determination burning in his voice. That is far enough. The masked intruder froze, but did not turn. When he spoke, his voice rang with twisted satisfaction. Ah, Charlie, you've come to witness greatness. Charlie raised his wand. I've come to stop it. Slowly, the masked figure turned, the dim glow reflecting off the sinister silver mask. You are too late, he said. The creature beneath us stirs. With its awakening, every dragon above will bend to my command. Charlie stepped closer, unwavering. Dragons do not bend. Not to you, not to anyone. And whatever ancient force you have disturbed, you do not control it. It is using you. For the first time, the mask shifted, an expression of doubt. Then the cavern shook. The ancient force roared again, louder now, echoing through every stone pillar. The battle for the mountain had begun. The cavern trembled with an ancient fury, dust falling in thin veils from the vaulted ceiling as the roar from below echoed through every crack in the stone. Charlie braced himself against the shock, boots sliding on loose gravel. His companions staggered, hands thrown out to steady themselves. Even the chains hammered into the rock quivered like the strings of some monstrous instrument. But the cloaked intruder, masked in tarnished silver, spread his arms wide, welcoming the quake as though greeting an old friend. Do you hear it, Charlie Weasley? He called over the rumbling. The awakening of an ancient line, a creature older than any dragon in your sanctuary, a remnant of the first brood, buried when the world was young. Charlie's heart pounded. He held his wand high, planting his feet firmly on the trembling ground. You're unleashing something no wizard should command. You know nothing of its purpose, its nature, its wrath. A distorted laugh echoed from the silver mask. Wrath is the language of power, and power answers to those bold enough to summon it. Another deep groan rose from the fissure. A rush of hot air blasted upward, carrying the scent of ash and something far older, something that prickled the skin like the memory of a storm. Radhika stepped forward, wand glowing. If you continue this, the mountain will collapse. You will bury us all. The intruder tilted his head. Sacrifice is the cost of greatness. With a sharp movement, he drove his wand downward. A surge of magic burst from the chains encircling the fissure. They glowed red hot, symbols etched into their links pulsing like beating hearts. The cavern floor split wider. Morella cried out as the ground buckled beneath her. Charlie lunged, catching her arm before she fell. Soren and Dacian steadied the others, pulling them toward safer footholds near the pillars. A massive shadow shifted beneath the fissure, vast and coiling. The shape alone sent a shiver of primal instinct through every wizard present. This was no dragon of the sanctuary. This was something of legend, something that should have remained asleep. Charlie glared at the intruder. You think you control it, but you are only feeding its anger. The masked figure raised his wand again, sparks of dark magic swirling around him like a storm. I have studied the ancient runes. The creature answers because it recognizes one who dares to command. In response, the cavern shuddered with a violent jolt. A section of the far wall collapsed, sending boulders crashing onto the cavern floor. The tremor nearly rippled Charlie off his feet. He steadied himself, shouting over the roar. You've awakened it, yes, but not as a servant. As a prisoner, ready to break free. The intruder's voice faltered. No, I hold the chains. Charlie took a step forward, wand aimed deliberately. You forged those chains to bind a force you never understood. You've told yourself a lie, that ancient beings respond to dominance. But dragons, and whatever lies below, respond to respect, to balance, not to your hunger for glory. A fierce vibration rose from the fissure, this time resonant, voiced like a distant bellow. The air grew hot, shimmering with a reddish glow. Ilinka pointed with trembling fingers. It's rising! A massive silhouette pressed against the glow, enormous wings folded tight against a serpentine body. The creature's presence alone pushed waves of magic outward, rattling lanterns and shaking loose crystals from the cavern walls. Soren shouted, We need to reinforce the ceiling, Charlie. A collapse will trap us all. Not yet, Charlie replied. We must stop him before we stop the cavern. The intruder extended his wand over the rising glow. Behold the ancient drake of the mountain's heart, the first flameborn, ancestor to every dragon that roams these peaks. But as he raised both arms, the chains glowed brighter, too bright, then snapped. The magical backlash flung the intruder backward. He hit the ground with a strangled gasp, mask askew. The severed chains clattered like dying serpents, hissing with failing enchantment. The fissure roared. A blast of energy surged upward, sending Charlie and the others staggering. Fire, no ordinary flame, but deep crimson fire laced with molten gold, shot from the chasm. It curled and writhed like the breath of some colossal being, stirring from eons of sleep. Charlie shielded his face. Fall back! Behind the pillars! They scrambled to shelter as shards of rock flew across the cavern. The very air vibrated, filled with the creature's awakening. The masked intruder, however, dragged himself to his knees, clawing toward the fissure with trembling hands. No, stop, he pleaded to the rising force. You are mine to command. I awakened you. I hold your name, your binding. His voice choked off as the creature's silhouette surged to the edge of the fissure. Two immense eyes, burning like molten gold, opened within the glow. Every handler froze. Those eyes were ancient hunger, ancient memory, ancient fury incarnate. The intruder's voice faltered to a whisper. No, this is not. It is not obeying. In a single swift motion, the creature unleashed a roar that shattered stone. The sound tore through the cavern, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Radhika shouted, barely audible, Charlie, it's going to break free. Charlie understood instantly. If the creature rose fully, the mountain would burst open, and the sanctuary along with it. He moved swiftly, wand glowing brighter than ever. We must seal the fissure, Charlie commanded. Soren, Ilinka, strengthen the supporting walls. Morella, Radhika, channel your magic with mine. We'll force it back. The handlers moved with practiced precision despite the chaos. Spells cracked through the cavern like lightning. The intruder crawled toward Charlie, mask half broken. "You fool! You cannot stop it. None of you can." Charlie glared down at him. "I don't need to stop it forever. Only long enough to protect the dragons above." He thrust his wand forward. A beam of golden white magic shot into the fissure, joined by the others, intertwining into a powerful barrier of light. The ancient creature recoiled, roaring as the magic pressed downward, pushing against its rising strength. The cavern shook violently. The ceiling groaned, but the barrier held. For now. Charlie gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into the enchantment. "We can't contain it for long," Radhika cried. "Then we must find a way to bind it again?" Charlie answered. "Or this mountain will become its tomb, and ours." The fissure pulsed with crimson light, resisting their magic. The ancient drake struggled. The cavern rumbled, and the fate of the sanctuary hung by a single trembling thread. The cavern roared with the agony of stone, the trembling of ancient earth, and the fury of the creature fighting to rise from the depths. Charlie felt the force of it through his bones, as though the mountain sought to shake him loose and cast him aside. The barrier he and the others held over the fissure wavered, its golden glow flickering against the relentless pressure of the being below. "Hold the line!" Charlie shouted, though his voice trembled beneath the rumbling earth. Beside him, Morella clenched her jaw, sweat beading upon her brow. "It's too strong, older than any enchantment we've learned." Soren braced himself against a stone pillar to steady his aim, adding his magic to the fracturing barrier. "We cannot win against this by force." "No," Charlie answered. "We win by understanding." All around them, the cavern shuddered. Red gold fire curled like vapor from the fissure, illuminating the monstrous silhouette coiled in its depths. A long, scaled neck pressed higher, fighting the magic that pushed it downward. Those ancient eyes, burning with raw elemental power, fixed upon Charlie with a gaze that pierced through time and shadow. This creature was no mindless beast. It was something born when the world was young, formed of fire and stone, the first whisper of dragons upon the earth. Radhika shouted over the roar, "We must retreat. If the cavern collapses, we'll be crushed." But Charlie shook his head. "If we retreat now, it will rise unchecked. The sanctuary above will fall." Ilinka's voice cracked with fear. "What do we do, Charlie? Tell us." As the ancient drake roared again, another vision flashed in Charlie's mind. Firestorm lifting his wings in warning, the horntail trembling not with fear but with instinct, Embercrest staring at the earth as though hearing a distant call. The dragons knew this creature. Their line descended from it. And though the drake's awakening filled the sanctuary with dread, it also filled the dragons with recognition. "They do not want to destroy," Charlie whispered, half to himself. "They roar in warning, not in challenge. The dragons above, they fear for us. They sense the mountain breaking." He steadied his breath. A new plan formed, a reckless one, but the only path he saw. "Withdraw your binding spells," Charlie ordered suddenly. Radhika stared at him. "What?" "Withdraw them," Charlie repeated firmly. "We're using the wrong kind of magic. We don't bind an ancient dragon. We speak its language." The fissure screamed with heat, the barrier cracking like thin ice. Soren protested. "If we release the barrier, it rises." "Not if I speak to it first." Charlie stepped forward, wand lowering slightly. "Trust me." For a moment, no one moved. Then Radhika, ever steadfast, nodded and loosened her spell. The others followed, the golden shield weakening but not yet falling. Charlie stepped to the very edge of the fissure, heat washing over him like a furnace blast. The creature's massive head surged upward, scales glowing like molten stone. Its breath scorched the air. Charlie raised his voice, steady and resonant. "O ancient fire-born child of the first flames, hear me?" The cavern thrummed. The drake's ascent slowed. "You were stirred from slumber by a wizard's greed," Charlie continued. "Not by the call of your kin, the dragons above, the ones who bear fragments of your ancient memory. They fear for their home." The drake's nostrils flared. The heat pushed Charlie back a step, yet he held his ground. "Look into my thoughts," Charlie said. "See what we protect. See the dragons you sired in ages past. This sanctuary is not your prison. It is your legacy." The drake's eyes narrowed, like twin suns turning upon him. The weight of its presence pressed into Charlie's mind, searching, probing. Beneath the creature's fury, beneath the centuries of buried fire, Charlie sensed, faintly, curiosity, recognition, the echo of something once forgotten. The masked intruder rose unsteadily behind Charlie, voice dripping with panic. "Ignore him! You know your purpose. I called you forth. I hold your binding." The creature's head swung sharply toward him. Morella flinched as its gaze burned across the cavern. "Charlie, it understood you." Charlie did not turn. His voice filled the chamber with quiet conviction. "You are not a servant of chains, and you are not a weapon for his ambition. You are the first fire, the ancestor to the dragons we protect, and we will honor you. But you must return to your rest, or all you once shaped will be lost." A deep vibration rumbled through the fissure, no longer rage, but contemplation. Fire dimmed in the drake's throat. The tremor beneath Charlie's boots eased. Then the creature spoke, not with words, but with a sound like the shifting of mountains, a growling resonance that filled the soul more than the ear. The meaning pressed into Charlie's mind with the weight of ages. "The sanctuary remembers me. The dragons remember me. This mountain remembers me. But I was woken in torment, not in need." Charlie bowed his head. "We seek only to restore the peace that was broken. Let us guide you back." The drake's massive form lowered slightly, testing, listening. But the intruder screamed in defiance. "No! I have come too far to be denied. Ancient One, obey me!" He lunged toward the fissure, wand outstretched. The drake reacted instantly. A surge of molten fire burst from its throat, an eruption of raw magic that shattered the remnants of the chains and hurled the intruder backward into the cavern wall. His silver mask cracked completely, clattering across the stone. Silence followed. The drake shifted once more, its fiery breath dimming. Its thoughts brushed Charlie's mind again. The mountain sleeps when it is respected. Break this cycle of greed. "I swear it," Charlie answered. He raised his wand high. Morella, Rodica, form the guiding seal. Soren, Ilinka, reinforce the pillars. We will lower the creature gently, not forcefully. Working in perfect harmony, the handlers wove a new enchantment, one of calming, of grounding, of ancient reverence. Gold light spiraled around the fissure, cooling the heated air. The drake's body receded slowly, coiling once more into the depths. The tremors eased. Cracks in the cavern walls began to knit. As the last of its glow faded into the dark, a whisper pressed into Charlie's thoughts one final time. "Guard them well, keeper of my kin." Then the mountain sighed, settling into stillness. Morella collapsed to her knees, exhausted. Soren braced himself against a pillar. Rodica let out a breath she had held far too long. Charlie stepped backward, trembling with relief. "It's done," he whispered. But as his gaze drifted to the fallen intruder, slumped and motionless, another truth settled upon him like an unwelcome shadow. The sanctuary above would soon feel the echoes of everything that had happened below, and the conflict, though softened by their victory, was not yet concluded. For a long while, the cavern lay in trembling quiet, as though the mountain itself drew slow, measured breaths after the ordeal. Dust drifted from high vaults like pale snowfall. The fissure, now sealed by layers of cooling stone, pulsed faintly with the memory of the ancient drake's presence before dimming to stillness. Charlie stood in silence, shoulders heavy with exhaustion. The faint tremor in his hands was not fear, but the lingering ache of channeling magic deeper and older than any spell he had ever dared attempt. Around him, the others recovered slowly, Morella pressing a hand to her temple, Soren rubbing bruises left by falling debris, Radika testing her balance with the steadiness of a seasoned handler. But their victory was shadowed, for the intruder lay crumpled against the cavern wall, his silver mask shattered into jagged shards across the stone floor. His cloak was torn, his breath shallow, his presence as broken as the chains that had once bound the ancient drake. His wand lay several paces away, snapped cleanly in two. Ilinka approached cautiously. "He is alive," she murmured after a moment, kneeling beside him. "But his magic, it feels burned out, as though the creature itself scorched what power he held." Charlie stepped closer, eyes narrowed. The intruder's face, pale, drawn, lined by bitterness, seemed almost unfamiliar without the mask. Yet Charlie remembered him well from years past, a promising handler, brilliant even, until pride had twisted brilliance into obsession. At last, the intruder stirred. His eyes opened, unfocused at first, then sharp with confusion. When he recognized Charlie, a bitter sound escaped him, half laugh, half groan. "You preached to me about respect," he rasped, "but in the end, you commanded it back to sleep." Charlie shook his head. "I did not command it. I spoke to it. I listened, something you were never willing to do." The intruder's jaw tightened, but he lacked the strength to retort. Soren crossed his arms, voice cold. "You nearly destroyed the sanctuary. You nearly awakened a creature that could have torn these mountains apart." "I sought greatness," the man whispered hoarsely. "A place in history, power the council denied me." Radika's eyes hardened. "History would have remembered you for a graveyard." A silence settled, heavy with the weight of what had nearly come to pass. Charlie knelt beside the fallen man. "You had skill," he said softly, "and talent. You could have done good in the world, but you chose ambition over wisdom, control over understanding. Dragons do not bow to hunger, nor do ancient forces." The intruder closed his eyes. For the first time, the anger in his expression seemed to soften, replaced by something older and smaller. Regret. "What becomes of me now?" he whispered. "Justice," Charlie said, rising to his feet. "Not vengeance. You will answer to the ministry. But first we must return to the sanctuary. The dragons will still be unsettled, and the handlers need reassurance." The others nodded. The mission was not yet complete. Too much remained to secure. Too many consequences awaited above. Radika helped Ilinka bind the intruder with enchanted ropes, firm, glowing faintly with runes of safety rather than cruelty. Soren reclaimed what remained of the broken chains and symbols, intending to deliver them to the ministry's investigators. Morella steadied herself, lifting her lantern high to illuminate their path. Charlie took a final glance at the sealed fissure. A faint warmth radiated from it, no longer hostile, but ancient and calm, a presence at rest. "Thank you," he whispered beneath his breath, unsure whether the creature still sensed him. "Your kin above will remain safe. I swear it." He turned away and led his team back through the winding passages. The journey upward felt longer than their descent, though less treacherous. With the ancient drake returned to its slumber, the mountain settled into a deep, humming peace. Echoes no longer stalked the tunnels. Cracks ceased their widening. The oppressive heat waned, replaced by cool, damp air that carried the smell of stone and old minerals. Yet the sanctuary's fate hung over every step. As they neared the cavern mouth, the first hints of sunlight filtered through. Morning had returned to the world above, bright, clear, unmarred by storm. After the darkness below, the light felt strangely tender, as though the sun itself had paused to welcome their emergence. They stepped from the mountain's shadow into the open air. What greeted them set Charlie's heart alight with wonder. Dragons, all of them. Every dragon in the sanctuary, Firestorm, Embercrest, the Horntail, the younger Ridgebacks and Longhorns, even the typically aloof Hebridean, had gathered at the foot of the Watcher's Trail. They formed a semicircle of living majesty, their scales catching the morning sun in shimmering hues of gold, emerald, bronze, obsidian, and sapphire. None roared, none stamped or flared their wings. They waited, silent, watchful, calm. Charlie froze in his steps. The others halted beside him, breath catching. Morella whispered, awe-stricken. They felt it, they knew. Firestorm, the great Longhorn, stepped forward. His breath curled in soft smoke, no longer a sign of alarm but acknowledgement. He bowed his enormous head to Charlie, a gesture so rare that even seasoned handlers blinked in disbelief. Charlie felt a lump rise in his throat. Slowly he placed a hand upon his chest and bowed in return. "Your ancestor rests," he murmured. The mountain breathes easy again. A low rumble of approval spread across the dragons, not loud, but resonant, like distant thunder rolling across a calm horizon. Soren leaned closer to Rodica. "I have seen dragons acknowledge a handler. I have seen them trust one. But this?" Rodica nodded slowly. "This is something older. They honor him." Charlie, though deeply moved, wasted no time. "We must secure the sanctuary. The ministry must be informed. And we must tend to the dragons. Each one will still bear the mark of fear." He gestured for the others to follow. As they approached the sanctuary gates, handlers rushed forward, relief etched into their faces. Questions poured toward Charlie about the tremors, the creature, the intruder, but he answered only with a steady reassurance. "It is over. The mountain sleeps again." Yet even as the sanctuary exhaled in collective relief, Charlie could not ignore the quiet truth stirring beneath his thoughts. The ancient drake had trusted them, for now. But the memory of its awakening would linger in every dragon's heart. Balance had been restored, but only just. And the path forward would demand vigilance like never before. The sanctuary had faced the shadows of the mountain and survived. But the ending of one danger did not mean all dangers were gone. Not in a world where dragons and magic intertwined with the roots of the earth itself. The sanctuary stirred with cautious calm as Charlie and his companions led the bound intruder through the gates. Handlers gathered in a widening arc, whispering among themselves, their faces pale with the residue of fear, but brightening with relief when they saw Charlie unharmed. Dragons shifted in their pens, necks stretching toward the returning party, their instincts evidently soothed now that the mountain lay quiet once more. Charlie handed the intruder to two senior handlers who escorted him toward the holding cottage. The man did not resist, The fight had fled him the moment the drake's fire had shattered his ambitions. His shoulders sagged beneath the weight of defeat, and the hollow look in his eyes spoke not only of failure, but the painful truth he had refused to face, that he had been no master of ancient power, merely its noisy disruptor. Charlie pushed the thought aside. There was still much to do. He turned to the handlers who remained, and his voice carried firmly across the yard. The threat is contained, but the sanctuary has been strained to its limits. Before we rest, we must restore stability. Dragons respond to the harmony of this place. Without it, fear will linger. And so they began the long work of healing. Morella attended to the bruised dragons one by one, steady hands crafting gentle spells of relief over hardened scales. Firestorm accepted her touch with solemn grace, his molten eyes softening each time his gaze landed on Charlie. Embercrest allowed Soren to approach without a single warning flame, an unprecedented act from the usually stubborn Welsh green. The Horntail, though restless, ceased her hissing long enough for Elinka to ease the tension in her wings. Charlie himself walked between the enclosures, speaking softly to every dragon. He listened as they breathed, studied the tremor of their wings, and let them feel that the danger had passed. Dragons trusted strength, but even more they trusted intent, and Charlie carried neither fear nor pride, only the steady determination of one who saw them not as beasts, but as living wonders deserving of reverence. By midday, the sanctuary echoed with a new sound. Calm. No roars of distress, no wingbeats of panic. Only the deep, content rumble of dragons settling once more into the familiar rhythm of their home. Yet even as peace returned, Charlie sensed something else beneath the surface. A subtle shift, a quiet memory. The dragons moved differently, their eyes turning often to the mountains with recognition. The ancient drake's awakening, brief as it had been, had touched their instincts. None would forget it soon. Rodica approached, brushing dust from her sleeves. The ministry will arrive by sundown. They'll want a full account, and they'll take him away. She glanced toward the holding cottage, where the intruder waited in solemn silence. Charlie nodded. His fate is no longer ours to decide. Rodica hesitated. Do you feel it too? The sanctuary? Changed? Charlie looked toward the mountains, their snow-dusted peaks rising serene against the clear sky. Yes, the dragons are listening more intently than before. They feel the quiet the way we feel breath after drowning. Rodica lowered her voice. Do you think that creature will sleep forever? Charlie paused. The wind carried the scent of pine, smoke, and something older, like warmth buried beneath stone. Forever? He murmured. No, but long enough. It sleeps willingly now. That is what matters. Rodica let out a slow breath. I'm grateful you were there, Charlie. None of us could have spoken to it. It chose to hear you. Charlie shook his head, though warmth stirred in him. It heard the sanctuary. Dragons above, dragons below. This place has always been their refuge, long before humans built walls around it. I only gave voice to what they already knew. As the sun crept westward, handlers drifted away to rest briefly before the ministry arrived. Charlie remained outside, mending a breached wardstone. His magic flowed weaker than usual. Fatigue tugged at every corner of him, but his resolve remained steady. Footsteps approached. Morella stood beside him. Mud streaked across her robes, her curls tied back hastily. You should rest, she said softly. So should you, Charlie replied without looking up. She smiled faintly. Perhaps, but before that, I must ask something. Charlie glanced at her questioningly. You spoke to it, Morella said. Not with spells, not with force, but with understanding. Do you think it truly listened, or merely withdrew to regain strength? Charlie rested his hands on the warm stone and considered. Creatures born of the earliest magic carry instinct deeper than words. When it looked at me, I felt its doubt, then its recognition. It did not retreat out of weakness. It returned to sleep because it understood we were not its enemies. And if the wrong hands disturb it again, then the dragons above will know, Charlie said. They will warn us long before the mountain quakes. Silence settled between them, comfortable and grounding. Morella nodded at last. Then let us trust them. They have trusted us today more than ever before. She turned back toward the healing hut, leaving Charlie with the fading light. As dusk fell, ministry officials arrived by broomstick and portkey. Their emerald cloaks swept across the grounds like brief flashes of wind. After hearing the tale and seeing the tremor-scored earth for themselves, they secured the intruder, who walked between them without resistance. His head remained bowed, his voice silent. Only once did he look back, toward the pens where Firestorm watched him with ancient, knowing eyes. Something in the intruder's face shifted then, almost painfully, as though he saw at last the truth that had eluded him for so many years. The ministry led him away into the deepening dusk. Handlers gathered around Charlie afterward, awaiting his final word for the night. He looked at each of them, tired, battered, yet standing resolute, and felt pride swell within him. We have endured much, he began, but the sanctuary remains whole. Tomorrow we repair the grounds. Tomorrow we soothe the dragons further. Tomorrow we return to the work we love. Morella lifted her chin. And you, Charlie? What will you do? He turned toward the mountains, now dark silhouettes beneath a star-pricked sky. I will keep watch. The mountain entrusted us with its breath. I intend to honor that trust. A hush fell over the sanctuary as night settled in full. Dragons curled into their dens, wings folded gently, fire dimming to warm embers. Lantern light danced across the stone paths. The air hummed softly, no longer with danger, but with promise. Radhika approached one last time before heading to rest. Sleep if you can, she said. Tomorrow will be long. Charlie offered a faint smile. Tomorrow always is. When he finally walked the quiet paths alone, listening to the steady breathing of the dragons, he felt the remnants of the ancient drake's presence beneath his feet, not threatening but steady as the heartbeat of the earth. And he whispered a silent vow into the night. As long as I draw breath, no force, man or mountain, will harm those entrusted to my care. The stars shimmered overhead, and the sanctuary, scarred, strengthened, united, drifted into peaceful slumber. Morning dawned clear and cool over the Romanian hills, casting soft gold across the sanctuary. No tremors shook the stone paths. No uneasy roars echoed from the pens. The dragons basked in the pale light, their wings stretched with slow, languid grace, as though settling into a long-awaited calm. Steam curled gently from their nostrils, and for the first time in days, Charlie felt the sanctuary breathe freely. Handlers emerged from the lodges with tired but hopeful smiles. Some carried tools to repair damaged walls. Others brought enchanted feed buckets, determined to restore routine. Routine, Charlie knew, was the spinal cord of the sanctuary. Dragons thrived on it. Handlers depended on it. And after the chaos of the past days, it was the only medicine strong enough to restore balance. Charlie had barely slept, yet the fresh mountain air cleared his mind. He made his morning rounds with a quiet purpose, checking each pen with the meticulous care that had defined his years at the sanctuary. Firestorm lifted his great head as Charlie approached, giving a rumbling greeting that vibrated through the earth. Though his scales bore faint marks from the recent turmoil, his eyes glowed steady and strong. Charlie rested a hand on the pen's stone ledge. "Well done, old friend. You kept watch even when we could not." The longhorn blinked slowly, as if accepting the praise. Behind him, younger dragons stirred, watching their elder with subtle reverence. Morella entered the pen beside Charlie, carrying a pouch of healing dust. "He is mending quickly," she observed. "Stronger than any of us." "Stronger, perhaps," Charlie replied, "but burdened by the same fears." He paused, listening to the gentle rasp of Firestorm's breathing. They all felt the drake's awakening. Their instincts may carry echoes of it for days yet. Morella sprinkled the dust over the lingering bruises. Instincts can fade, but memory... She glanced upward. Memory settles deep. Charlie nodded solemnly. The ancient drake had brushed their world only briefly, yet the memory of its presence pulsed through the sanctuary like an underground spring. Dragons did not struggle with the complexities of human emotion, but they lived fiercely through sensation, and what they had sensed in those hours would not soon be forgotten. Leaving Firestorm's pen, Charlie continued toward the horntail. The young dragon paced her enclosure with restless steps, though not in fear, rather in purposeful energy, like a creature testing its strength after surviving a storm. Her wings, though still bruised, stretched with confident firmness. "She wants the sky," Ilinka said as Charlie joined her outside the enclosure. "The moment she wakes, she looks toward the ridges, as if checking whether the mountain still stands." Charlie smiled faintly. "She will fly soon. A day or two more of healing. Then she will take to the winds again, proud as ever." At his voice, the horntail halted and turned, golden eyes meeting his. She lowered her head slightly, not in submission, but in acknowledgement. Trust had deepened where fear had once burned. By midday, most of the sanctuary's visible damage had been repaired. Walls rewarded, broken stones replaced, scorch marks washed clean. Yet beneath the surface lay the deeper challenge, restoring confidence. Dragons, like people, could not be forced back into calm. They needed to feel safe again. Thus Charlie gathered the handlers in the training yard. "Today," he announced, "we rebuild not stone but spirit. We walk with each dragon. We stand with them. We show them that the sanctuary still holds true." A murmur of understanding passed through the group. Soren asked cautiously, "And what of the mountain below? Should we fear more tremors?" Charlie looked toward the distant peaks, unwavering. "The ancient drake sleeps, not in anger, but in peace. We disturbed its rest with conflict. Now we honor its slumber with harmony." Rodica stepped forward. "Then let us give the dragons a day of unity." And so they began. Handlers moved deliberately from pen to pen, speaking gently, renewing trust. Some brushed scales, others cleaned resting stones or fed dragons by hand. Embercrest allowed Soren to stroke his neck, an honor few handlers had earned. A pair of young ridgebacks nudged Dacian playfully, their fear all but vanished. Even the reclusive Hebridean black rumbled in approval when Rodica performed her grounding charm beside him, calming the tension in the air. Throughout the afternoon, Charlie offered reassurance wherever it was needed. He walked the ridge paths alone for a time, listening to the wind rustle through sparse pines. The earth beneath him no longer trembled with unnatural pulses, but with the gentle, steady hum of a mountain at rest. For a moment, he allowed himself to breathe fully, deeply. Yet peace, he knew, often invited reflection. As he returned to the sanctuary, he found the intruder standing under guard near the holding cottage, awaiting final transport to the ministry's custody. He was no longer masked, no longer cloaked in pretense. His posture sagged, and his eyes, once bright with burning ambition, held a hollow stillness. When Charlie approached, the man lifted his gaze. No sparks of defiance remained. "Why did you come back?" Charlie asked. The question held neither accusation nor scorn, only a weary, genuine curiosity. The intruder's voice cracked. "I thought, if I proved myself worthy of commanding such a being, they would see I was right, that I understood dragons better than any council." Charlie shook his head gently. "Understanding is not won through dominance." The man's jaw trembled. "I know that now." Silence stretched, but not painfully. At last, the intruder spoke again, softer, almost pleading. "Tell me one thing, Charlie. The creature below, did it know me?" "It saw your intent," Charlie answered, "and it recoiled. Not from you, but from the hunger twisting your purpose." A shiver passed through the man. His shoulders sank as if the truth itself weighed upon them. "Then I deserve whatever judgment comes." Charlie did not deny it, but he added quietly, "Let your punishment be shaped not by the power you sought, but by the wisdom you gain from losing it." When the guards led the intruder away, no handler watched with malice. Only solemn acceptance followed them. As evening descended, golden light spilled across the sanctuary, softening shadows and warming the stone paths. Dragons settled into their dens, bellies full, spirits eased. Handlers gathered for a quiet meal, sharing tired smiles and hushed gratitude. Charlie stood at the ridge once more, overlooking the sanctuary he had nearly lost. The mountains glowed rose gold in the fading light, ancient and unbroken. Dragons breathed steadily below, their rumbling purrs drifting upward like a lullaby of flame and stone. A breeze stirred his hair. Somewhere deep beneath the earth, the ancient drake slept, but now with a sense of belonging, and its kin above thrived in unity. Morella approached him softly. "The sanctuary stands strong because of you." Charlie shook his head with a faint smile. "It stands strong because of all of us, dragons, handlers, mountains, and magic. No keeper acts alone." "But someone had to speak first," she countered gently. Charlie gazed across the glowing pens. "Then let us continue to speak, to listen, to guard this place with every breath." Night came quietly, and for the first time in many days, the sanctuary felt truly safe, as though the mountain itself exhaled in contentment, carrying a promise of peace into the starlit sky. Night deepened once more over the Romanian dragon sanctuary, but it was a peaceful darkness, soft, steady, and warm with the glow of embers resting behind ancient scales. Stars clustered above the Carpathian peaks like scattered silver dust, and a thin crescent moon watched over the valley with gentle, pale light. The dragons slept, their breaths rising in slow waves of heat. Calm had finally settled upon the land. Charlie Weasley walked the ridge path in quiet solitude. His boots brushed lightly over the stones, and the cool air carried the rich scent of pine and earth. He paused now and then, not out of caution, but to simply listen, to the night, to the dragons, to the mountain resting far below. The world, which had trembled with ancient fury only days ago, now felt whole again. It was a rare gift, this peace. He reached the highest point of the ridge and looked down across the sanctuary. The rows of enclosures gleamed softly under the lanterns. Firestorm's pen lay closest, and even from a distance, Charlie could hear the old longhorn's deep, contented breathing. The horntail slept curled like a great bronze cat, her wings tucked protectively around herself. Embercrest twitched occasionally in his dreams, releasing tiny sparks that drifted like errant fireflies. Charlie let his shoulders relax. "You're safe," he murmured, as though speaking to all of them at once. "And you will remain so." Footsteps approached from behind. Radhika climbed the ridge, her cloak wrapped tightly around her against the chill. She joined him without a word, gazing out at the sanctuary below. For a moment, neither spoke. They simply shared the silence. At last she said, "I knew it would be you." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Knew what?" "That would speak to it." Radhika's voice never wavered, though her eyes softened. "When the mountain shook and the fissure opened, when that thing rose from the depths, I knew that only you would try words before spells." Charlie gave a small laugh. "Didn't have much choice, if I'm honest. Binding it nearly tore the mountain apart." "Perhaps," she replied, "but that wasn't why you spoke to it. You understand dragons, not as beasts we tame, but as beings we live beside. You saw it not as an enemy, but as something deserving of respect." Charlie rubbed the back of his neck, a bit embarrassed by her praise. "Respect is the foundation of everything here. Dragons sense truth quicker than we do." Radhika smiled. "And truth answered you. That creature listened." Charlie's gaze drifted once more toward the shadowed ridge where the fissure lay hidden deep below. He thought of the ancient drake's eyes, golden, immense, burning with memory. He felt again the weight of its consciousness pressing into his thoughts, searching for malice and finding intent instead. "It wasn't just listening to me," he said. "It felt the dragons above responding to its awakening, their fear, their recognition. I was just the voice between two worlds." Radhika studied him closely. "Perhaps that is what makes you a remarkable handler." He glanced at her sidelong. "You give me too much credit." "I give you exactly what is due," she answered softly. Their words drifted off with the wind, and for a while they simply stood, watching stars reflect faintly in a distant lake. Eventually, Radhika spoke again. "What will come next, do you think?" Charlie exhaled slowly. "Rebuilding, settling the dragons, mending trust with the ministry, and keeping watch, always watch." "And the intruder?" she asked. "He will answer for what he's done," Charlie said. "The ministry will judge him, but his punishment is only part of the story. What happened here, what he awakened, will shape how we protect sanctuaries across the wizarding world." She nodded. "And what of you?" Charlie smiled faintly. "I will remain here. Where else should I be? The sanctuary is my home. My work isn't finished. Not now, not ever." Radhika's expression warmed. "We're fortunate to have you." He felt heat rise in his cheeks, though the night wind should have chilled them. "We are fortunate to have each other." A quiet moment passed between them, deep and steady as the mountain beneath their feet. Then a soft rumble drifted through the air. Firestorm had stirred. His wings rustled, and he lifted his head toward the ridge. His gaze found Charlie in the darkness, sharp, ancient, knowing. Charlie raised a hand in acknowledgement. Firestorm grunted approvingly before settling again. Radhika chuckled. "He has been watching you like a mother hen since you returned." "Well," Charlie said, fighting a smile, "I suppose I did nearly become a mountain ornament." Radhika elbowed him gently. "Don't remind me." They started down the ridge path together. Lantern light flickered between the trees, casting long shadows that swayed like gentle spirits. The night air grew warmer as they neared the sanctuary grounds, filled with the mingled scents of burning embers and fresh earth. Handlers moved about with relaxed steps, performing their final checks. Alinka hummed softly as she extinguished lanterns. Soren leaned against a post, speaking quietly to a young ridgeback. Morella emerged from the healing hut, stretching her weary arms. All seemed restored. Not unchanged, but strengthened. As Charlie and Rodica reached the main yard, Morella approached them, her face lit with soft candlelight. "Everything is quiet," she reported. "All dragons settled. No signs of lingering distress." "That's the best news we've had in days," Rodica replied. Charlie nodded. "Tomorrow we resume flying drills for the young ones. A return to normal rhythm will do them good." "And you?" Morella asked. "Will you rest?" "Eventually," Charlie said with a grin. "But first I want to make one more round." Rodica rolled her eyes playfully. "You didn't rest even after facing the first of all dragons?" "I had help," he said, smiling softly, "from dragons born centuries later." He stepped away before they could protest, crossing the yards alone. Each enclosure glowed with final lantern light. Each dragon slept or dozed peacefully. No fear, no tension, only the natural, powerful presence of creatures who trusted their keeper. Charlie paused at the center of the sanctuary. He looked up at the towering mountains, their silhouettes sharp and serene under the moon. Deep beneath those peaks slept a guardian older than memory, and above it slept its kin, creatures of fire and wind, of sky and stone. Charlie placed his palm against the earth. "Rest well," he whispered to both sky and mountain. His words carried into the still night, weaving with the faint hum beneath the soil. Then he turned toward his own cabin, at last ready for sleep. The sanctuary, whole again, nestled under the stars, a place of courage, danger, and wonder, a place where dragons thrived, a place Charlie Weasley had protected once more, not through might alone, but through honor, trust, and the deep language of ancient magic. And as the moon shone silver over the valley, the dragons dreamed in peace, knowing that their keeper stood with them.